Come together, people.
Yeah.
The time is now to rise.
Rise up, rise up.
To your high power.
Rise up. Yeah. Right. From Brooklyn to Vrindavan, we keep them heads bobbing. Eyes of our not, them bodies popping and locking. Sitting in the temple or in the clubs hopping. We got them beats knocking or under the knife chopping. Cosmic bling, amethyst in the pocket. These streets I watch with the third eye optic. Heart from the start, so you know it's not stopping. Roll it like mine, so nah, it's no problem. Look here as we unite strong. Can you hear we singing all night long? Medicine in the spitting, deepen in the vision in which I write songs. Inspiring the missions in which you might spawn. But with the kind of touches that'll invite calm. All in touch with the place where insight's born. Two questions that leave a few quite torn. Let's give answers that bring the truth to form.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
I see African head wraps and earrings, shells and prayer beads instead of more diamonds and fake bling. Blacks doing yoga, meditating and eating right. Afro-punk kids with skateboards instead of mics. I see a revival of early 90s hip-hop, the culture coming back to the essence of what we all thought was the start of something greater. Shout out to Kool Herc, Bombada, and all the true creators. Battle for our consciousness, all across the continents. Companies calculating more profits and empty promises. Capitalism is a global virus. These moguls laugh as we watch it collapse. It's steady spiraling. Gentrification separating generations. But there's more than money making. There's a new shift to come. There's an urban renaissance. Neo soul realize. 5 boroughs come together, stand united as one.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Unify the tribe, so many grinding, hustling and tiring, rushing in the mileage. Social shining like diamonds on horizons, but lost amongst our rises, imposed upon skylines. And wiring the mindsets, designing how we dialect, dictating what your style is. We dial in and wild out, still inspiring. Taking in the sun, breathing in the love, never dwelling on what was. You can feel the buzz, so many ways of seeing. They on the street scheming, we battling the demons. Hearts beaming as we dreaming into being. And make arrangements that can't separate us. Together we rise in greatness, transcending the matrix. Bring it back to the basics, gaining patience from self-serving to merging emergence and earning new versions of peaceful relating. Meditating for all our relations. From New York to LA, we celebrating the changes. Moving past the borderlines. There's more at stake and more to buy, more to claim and more to try. While the masses mortify, heart and mind we unify. All connected, it's time to realize that realign, we all connected.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of this, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
You are tuned in here to Bring Me Life Radio. Thank you guys for being here. I love you. I love you. On today's broadcast, we are going to have the first part of a 3-part interview with Beau Hartman about the New Mind Fest, which is a free arts festival happening in Frostburg, Maryland from March 30th to April 1st. Starting shortly on today's broadcast will be Through the Eyes of the Angels. The rebroadcasted episode for today will be about Ascended Masters. We'll also have an hour of Papadosio music and then an hour of variety music. After Variety Music Hour, we will have a talk by Joe Dispenza on the Immortal Brain. Thanks for tuning in and enjoy today's episode.
Individuals are walking the planet now and they're asking, how can I stay expanded in a world that seems to be contracting? How can I evolve when everything seems to be dissolving right in front of me? And something within you knows that there are answers to those basic but yet profound questions. Something within you knows that if you keep on asking the right question, if you keep on digging, if you keep on searching, you'll eventually bump into the answer, and ultimately you will discover it, that it's with you all of the time. For the growth, development, and unfoldment of your soul is stop listening to the opinions of others. Stop listening to negativity. Stop listening to what might go wrong. Stop listening to what you might have to lose if you go for your dream. Stop listening to what you have to give up in order to be who and what you really are. When that something bigger than circumstance wants to express itself, you do your best to not listen to negativity. You may encounter delays. Along the way. And every delay is not a denial. It simply means that you're getting something that you're going to need to go forward. Everything is working for your good. So when there is a delay, you perhaps have to ask yourself, what is it that's trying to emerge right now in my life? You may have to ask yourself, what is it that I need to become in order to move forward?
Hello and welcome to Bring Me Life Radio. I am here talking about the New Mind Fest, and we have one of the lovely people in charge of that. Beau, welcome to the show.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing really great.
Excellent. And so what is this New Mind Fest? When is it? Where is it? What's going on there?
It is March 30th through April 1st at Dante's Bar in Frostburg, Maryland. It is a free arts festival, and it will have a lot of really fun things.
Mm-hmm. And so you said, we talked briefly about it before we started this interview, and it seems like you have a lot going on. It's a very, unique event that I would say. So what is going on at the New Mind Fest?
Well, what we wanted to do when we planned the festival was create 3 days of, how do I say this? Kind of eclectic experience. So it wouldn't just be music. It wouldn't just be jamming. It wouldn't just be an open mic. These are all things that we love. As far as our arts collective goes, Jam Sauce, Arts Collective, we decided to focus on the music first. So we got our music acts, and we love them very much.
And that's on the Thursday?
Well, most of the musical acts, as far as the bands go, will be on Friday night, and there will be 3 of those. But the cool thing is that the musical we decided to include in the festival, Hedwig and the Angry Inch, is technically more of a rock concert. So if you come on Friday night, it's 6 to close, and it's 4 acts, and they're all bands. So even though Hedwig is a musical, it's like you're watching a band show. As far as music for the rest of the festival, we have an Anything Goes open mic night on Thursday, followed by an open jam. And that's just supposed to be a time where you can let loose. It doesn't matter if you're a poet, a dancer, a musician, what have you. We wanted to create space where people could, let loose and have a good time. As far as Saturday night goes, the focus of the entertainment is a little different. We'll warm up the night with some short films, music videos, and documentaries to get people, into the dinner time. That'll be at 6:00, followed by what's called a gender blender. I've gotten to perform in these a lot in my past, and they're a fun opportunity to see all kinds of people, regardless of their gender, sexuality, or anything like that. People who don't identify as anything express themselves however they want. And that'll be followed by Hedwig again, and then a dance party hosted by Glowphase from Pittsburgh. He's a really great original music DJ, and he'll be splicing and creating right there for us. And we're hoping every night, regardless of the entertainment, that people will come and let loose. We have this culture of having festivals during the summer, and we have this culture of kind of like letting loose on New Year's Eve. But what we wanted to do was, pick something right smack dab in the middle of that in March, and allow people to, get off work, change their clothes, come down to Dante's, and just have a good time. And just do 3 days of that. And we all struggle with thinking about whether or not we're going to survive on our end of things, right, as event planners and promoters. But we're ready. I'm dedicated to 3 days of fun.
Mm-hmm. I think it's definitely needed in this area. Just a free festival with really, amazing things, and the gender blender thing, and what you told me about the Angry Inch, that's something that I personally want to learn more about, because it's such a big topic in today's age, and something I would like to be more educated on. So I think it's really great that you're doing that. Could you explain real quick a little bit about the Angry Inch musical? To hear the rest of this interview with Beau Hartman about the New Mind Fest, tune in to tomorrow's broadcast between 12 and 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Or if you are listening on demand, it'll be about 15 minutes into the episode. We got some more music coming up here, as well as more great content on today's episode, so stick around.
New Mindfest is a free arts festival for the community to experience progressive entertainment and ecstatic fun. March 30th through April 1st, 6 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. at Dante's Bar in Frostburg, Maryland.
Think your way to heaven. You can't collect it in a book. There is no answer to your questions. No one can tell you how it looks. For he who knows is he who sees. Restless mind is the disease. And in this time of world commotion, to be the master of your own mind is the highest devotion. Open up your inner eye. Open like the western sky. When the sun and moon combine, the jewel of a silent mind. Stir up the pond and you muddy the water. Let it settle down before you have a taste. Then you can see all the way to the bottom, and the reflections of the heavens shining upon its face. But some of them, they stumble like the blind, even though their eyes are fine. Because without this inner light, even the noonday sun is an endless night. Open up your inner eye. Open like the western sky. When the sun and moon combine, the jewel of a silent mind. Open up your inner eye. It's the jewel of a silent mind. Talking about the inner eye. like the blind. Even though the eyes are fine, because without this inner light, even the noonday sun is an endless night. Open up your inner eye. Open like the western sky. When the sun and moon combine, the jewel of a silent mind. Open up your inner eye. The jewel of a silent mind. Talking about your inner eye. It's the jewel of a silent mind.
Attack at this very moment. The world is under attack at this very moment. The world is under attack at this very moment.
I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling, and we're revolving now, so we all sing that I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling. I see a beautiful new day dawning. We got to battle the alien nation, help the people isolated by division, come to remind them that it's all collaboration, and smash all the self-imposed prisons. No more solitary confinement, see the light being split by the prism, but we can get it all back into alignment. Oh, people of the earth, please listen. I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling, and we're revolving now, so we all sing that I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling. I see a beautiful new day dawning, 'cause we're down to earth, we're down to earth, oh, we're down to earth, we're down to earth. So dig your toes in the dirt, 'cause it all comes down to earth. An alien is just a human being alienated, with the heart and mind separated, and the nature devastated, coming with a planetary invasion. Earthlings rise against the alien nation. I'm a terrestrial being and not the extra kind, and I can see all the pollution, so I must remind that the only way possible to make it all sustainable is that we recognize that our fates are tied. The earth is not given to you by your parents, it is loaned to you by your children. The earth is not given to you by your parents, it is loaned to you by your children's children. I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling, and we're revolving now, so we all sing that I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling. I see a beautiful new day dawning, 'cause we're down to earth, we're down to earth, oh, we're down to earth, we're down to earth. So dig your toes in the dirt, 'cause it all comes down to earth.
In our galaxy, it's our reality. Not killing a nation, it's our humanity. Love and insight, that is our divinity. Stretch forth your arms and reach for eternity. When the sun shines to open up the day, it can be witnessed from far away. We are together, man, we can't separate. Stop any policy that promotes hate. Well, life is good, me say the life can be better, but me must stick together like a snap and a letter. Man, I want to hug you, someone and hug up your brother, 'cause we must evolve and stick together.
To all my nature freaks, to all my nature freaks, and my freaks of nature, and my freaks of nature. All my nature freaks, to all my nature freaks, and my freaks of nature, and my freaks of nature. Everybody that you see is an earthling, and all the animals and trees are earthlings. And even though that we know that they can't speak, make a choice for the voiceless, everybody sing. You can try to build it wide, to build it high. You never move faster than the speed of earth. You can try to build it wide, to build it high. You never move faster than the speed of earth. You can try to build it wide, to build it high. You never move faster than the speed of earth. You can try
And now enjoy Through the Eyes of the Angels.
Each and every one of us has an unlimited inner wellspring of spiritual power. You have the ability to transform, create, and heal anything upon which you set your heart and mind. Join me, Sarah Hall, as we learn how to uplift all aspects of your life through spiritual empowerment. Enjoy weekly guided meditations, spiritual discussions on a multitude of topics, and a chance to call in to receive channeled messages from the angels on your spiritual journey. I'm Sarah Hall, and this is Through the Eyes of the Angels.
Hi everybody, how are you all doing today? I am feeling so wonderful because I just always so look forward to our monthly gathering here on Project Bring Me to Life Radio. It is such a privilege for me to be able to communicate with all of you, and I'm grateful that you're all here with me. So let's all get started. On today's show, we are going to be talking about the Ascended Masters. I'm super excited for this topic. I tune into my guides and my angels before choosing our show topics for our gatherings. And for today, I felt strongly guided to discuss the Ascended Masters. Like the angels, the Ascended Masters are beings who can guide, help, heal, and teach us throughout our human journey. And to me, they are a very special group of beings because they have been exactly where you and I are now. Ascended Masters are great healers, teachers, prophets, Mahatmas, saints, bodhisattvas, divas, deities, or gods and goddesses who previously walked upon this earth and lived the human journey, just like us. These are teachers who are now in the spirit world and are considered to have gone through a process of enlightenment or spiritual transformation, such that they hold themselves now in a state of heightened consciousness that is absolutely permeated with divine love and very deep compassion. These beings remain attentive to the spiritual growth, evolution, and needs of humanity, and act as loving guides who will watch over each and every one of us until we can all join them in a similar state of spiritual wholeness, love, and unity. I was preparing for our gathering today, and as I was doing so, I spent some time praying, meditating, and connecting with the Ascended Masters. I really wanted them to be a part of teaching us about their mission and their role in our lives, and I was able to receive some beautiful messages from them. One of these messages that I received from the Ascended Masters is that Earth is heaven. Earth is a part of heaven. Many of us, when we contemplate the idea of heaven, spend a great deal of thought focusing on the place we go after our human lives are finished. And that's a very important transition, to be sure, that return to our spiritual home after death. But the Ascended Masters wish for us to understand that this place, this earthly realm we inhabit, is as much heaven as any other dimension or realm to which we might travel throughout the infinite unfolding of our spiritual journey throughout the universe. In the words of the poet Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Earth's crammed with heaven, and every common bush afire with God. But only he who sees takes off his shoes. The rest sit round and pluck blackberries. According to the Ascended Masters, the human journey is a dance and story that is famous throughout the cosmos. Why? Because this world is a beautiful and powerful place of creation. We create here as human beings in such a unique, powerful, and really soul-shaping way. Isn't it amazing to contemplate that most of us enter into this life with complete amnesia of the place where we were before this life? We come into this life fresh and brand new. There is such an originalness to our consciousness when we come here, a sense of absolutely infinite open possibility as we gradually learn about our selfhood, our ability to learn, to create, to express ourselves, to explore, and to journey through this wondrous, wondrous world. The Ascended Masters say that we come here in order to create in powerful new ways. We come here fueled with such passion and such a natural yearning to unfold our consciousness. And they want us to know that we are discovering God, or rather our godhood, through each and every experience we endeavor to focus ourselves within. Our experiences in this life are completely our choice, the Ascended Masters want us to know. And we have the power to make this earth sing with perfect heavenly peace, grace, and glory. In fact, according to the Ascended Masters, we often do this. We already do this. Heaven is seeping through the cracks of consciousness every single day. The miraculous and the extraordinary are shining out through the ordinary things in this world. Through the laughter of little children, through songs, through stories, through play, through dance, through tears, and most certainly and powerfully through the love we share with one another. The Ascended Masters are human beings just like us. They have traveled this glorious and adventurous path, some of them many, many hundreds or thousands of times, and throughout their journeys, they each grew in their personal discovery of God or of divine love in such a way that it brought them to a sort of ecstasy in which their state or focus is now a resounding force of love and compassion for human beings and the important path that we walk in order to discover ourselves as God, as pieces of God. We're all pieces of God. To me, that universality of human life and human spiritual discovery is quite amazing. We can see that there are so many things that we universally experience, feel, seek, discover. Throughout the world, in almost every culture or religion, there is some universal form of having a reverence or acknowledgement for the Ascended Masters. For example, in Catholicism, there is the honoring of saints and the belief that one can reach out and spiritually work with them to intervene in our human lives in healing and uplifting ways. In Buddhism, there is a reverence for the Bodhisattva, which is a Sanskrit word for anyone who has attained enlightenment out of a state of great compassion in order to watch over and guide all the sentient beings in the world. In most cultures throughout history, we remember and honor legendary figures, sages, and teachers for the lessons that they left behind, for their stories, what we can learn from these things. Some of the examples of these teachers who we now work with through the divine realm include Jesus, whom I love absolutely dearly and whom we actually talked about at great length during last month's show. So if you're interested in having a little Jesus immersion time, do check out last month's show, which is available as a recording on iTunes, through Stitcher, and throughout many of the different links that we will have shared. I'll share a little bit more about those later. Other examples of some of the ascended masters I love to work with would be Moses, the prophet, Buddha, Mary, the mother of Jesus. She's also one of my favorites. Lao Tzu, the Chinese master of Taoism and the author of the Tao Te Ching. There's Solomon, the wise ancient king of Israel. Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Therese of the Little Flower, Kuthumi, the Sikh spiritual leader and Mahatma, and Kuan Yin, the Chinese bodhisattva of love and mercy, who's often referred to as the Mother Mary of the East. And I also wanted to mention that there are also ascended masters who, throughout the passage of time and the sharing of our legends and stories, are considered gods or goddesses. Sometimes these figures aren't always thought of as quote-unquote real beings, but are considered mythical or metaphorical figures. However you choose to think of them, I assure you that there is a sort of quote-unquote reality to these beings. They are real and accessible to us just as much as the more widely accepted as real beings, such as Jesus Christ, Gautama Buddha, Paramahansa Yogananda, or any other saint or teacher we might pray to. Some of these divine beings include the gods and goddesses of ancient Egypt, including Thoth, Isis, Osiris, Maat, Horus. The divinities of Hinduism, including Krishna, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Kali, Ganesh, and Vishnu. The gods and goddesses of ancient Greece and Rome, including Aphrodite or Venus, Athena, Vesta, and Hermes. The ancient Celtic divinities, including Coventina, Damara, Guinevere, Luge, and Merlin. The Hawaiian divinities, Pele, Kohoali, Haumea, and Maui. The Japanese divinities, Amaterasu, Idaten, Uzume, or Kawanokami. Or the Norse gods and goddesses such as Freya, Thor, Forseti, and Heimdall. It actually feels so good, doesn't it, just to say their names. There's something kind of mystical or interesting that happens just when you kind of breathe and hold the intention to be in a spiritual sort of state and kind of meditate on their names, calling on their names. You can almost feel them present nearby. Each of these beings have traditionally represented some aspect of the human experience that plays an important role in uncovering the source of consciousness or of helping us discover and understand our nature, or of even accessing enlightenment. We honor these masters and deities for teaching us about these aspects of human life and for guiding, teaching, or protecting us through them. Some of these human experiences include things such as motherhood, fatherhood, justice, learning and knowledge, sexuality and romantic love, abundance, healing, courage, hearth and home, protection and maybe conflict resolution, alchemy, magic and higher consciousness, forgiveness, beauty, communication, celebration and joy, and so forth. Each of these experiences we create, that we attract or are attracted to or focus on as human beings, have the power to help us on this magical journey of creation that we are on throughout our human lives. These experiences shape us on our path of self-discovery. They guide us through the evolution of human consciousness and are ripe with infinite possibility and opportunity to expand the soul and to express the divinity of the human consciousness and experience. So it's here in these many human experiences we have and these universal archetypes or roles that we embody that communicating and relating with the ascended masters is helpful to us. When we seek to learn how to forgive and love unconditionally, for example, we might call upon Jesus Christ, reflect on his story, and live by his example. When we seek a mother's love, or wish to maybe become better parents and guardians of our children and loved ones, we might call upon Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, or Saraswati. When we are looking for help in shifting our relationship with our finances and material abundance, we can work with Lakshmi, Abundantia, Ganesh, or Damara. If we're seeking inspiration through beauty and expression, we can call upon Aphrodite, Hathor, or Isis. When we want to learn more about alchemy and higher consciousness, we can call upon Solomon, Merlin, Saint Germain, or Melchizedek. The spirit world is absolutely full of these wise, loving beings who can help and guide throughout our lives. And to begin working with these beings, we simply need to begin by setting the intention to do so. There are many ways to quiet the mind and get in touch with the spirit world, including prayer, meditation, or journaling, all of which I recommend if you are looking to connect with an ascended master. Prayer is a wonderful way to set intention. All it takes is getting quiet and speaking or thinking our intentions towards the spirit world. And trusting, of course, that these intentions will always be heard and received. You can pray to a specific ascended master with whom you would like to connect or learn from. Or if you don't know which ascended master you specifically need or want to work with, you can simply pray for a lesson or for the healing that you want. For example, you can pray and ask heaven to send you a guide to help you with learning how to meditate. And this prayer will be answered by the ascended master who can help you the most with this on your specific journey and spiritual path. Speaking of meditation, meditation is another powerful way to get in touch with the ascended masters. In the words of the Course in Miracles, the memory of God comes to the quiet mind. It cannot be remembered in conflict. Meditation is a powerful means of quieting the mind from the world's distractions, and then through a state of stillness, we're able to access our original spiritual nature. We're able to sense something deep and powerful residing in us. Meditation is a deeply receptive state of being, deeply receptive, whereas prayer is expressive. There's a sense of giving, expressing the self, and is also certainly receptive as well. But meditation is really deeply focused on the receptivity. It allows us to shift our resonance to a higher frequency wherein we may be able to receive the feelings, impressions, energies, or messages of an ascended master. So practicing meditation is a really, really wonderful way to hone that relationship with your guide or with the spirit world. And our ascended masters will often guide us to do so regularly, and I highly recommend that. Meditating regularly is something that helps us to shift our resonance or our frequency in an increasingly permanent sort of way. So that, let's say you reach a state of real peace, real stillness in one session of meditation. If you repeat it daily, you have a sense of permanently staying there or of maintaining space for that resonance. Journaling is also a really great way to get in touch with the spirit world as well. Journaling can be like a combination of both the prayer and the meditation, that sense of I'm expressing and I'm receiving. Through expressing the self and writing out our prayers, our intentions, our feelings, and so forth, we have a way of accessing or relating with our higher self, that deeper, wise part of your soul's consciousness that is always connected with God and can access any kind of knowledge or wisdom that you set your mind to. When you seek to connect with an ascended master through journaling, you can begin by perhaps writing a letter to your ascended master or asking heaven to send you the teacher or helper you need at this time in your life. What I think is really great about journaling is that you can spend time receiving messages from these guides as well through a process called automatic writing. Automatic writing is when you allow yourself to be a channel for messages from the spirit world and you write them down. Automatic writing is easy and anyone is capable of doing it. And all you need to do is begin by setting the intention to channel messages through your writing and then invite in a heavenly helper or ascended master. Then you can ask a question to that ascended master, or you can simply just ask for general guidance. And then from there, simply just start to write down all of the thoughts, feelings, images, or impressions that come to your mind. You might even notice that at some point in doing this, it feels as if your pen is just flying. You're just kind of writing all on your own, and it's just really the words and the thoughts are flowing through you. When you read back on these things, you might notice that there is a pattern in what you have written, or sometimes a very clear, direct message from this guide. And the more you practice, the more clear the messages will become. And I think that, again, journaling is just a wonderful way to keep a record of our spiritual progress or of the messages that we are receiving. Also because one of the main ways that we receive messages from source, from spirit, is through our own feelings, through the passions and burning desires that we have consistently, or through consistent repeated inspirations, thoughts, ideas that we get. God, spirit, they plant these ideas into us through the plane of our imagination, of our thought, of our feelings, and so forth. So expressing these things, as we talked about before, through journaling, or really through any form of expression that you feel personally called to, they are all really great ways of opening up the channel or the inner pathway to being able to communicate with spirit. And that channel or that pathway, I want to add, is not something that is outside of you. We're not thinking of reaching spirit by connecting with something that's far away outside of us. You can access by going within. Think of the doorway to heaven as something that exists right in the center of your own heart. And then by getting quiet, by stilling the mind, breathing in, and then just accessing that inner place of quiet, that inner doorway in your own heart, that you're opening the way to, again, communicate with these guides, with these higher beings, or with source. So today, we are going to practice connecting with the Ascended Masters together through a guided meditation. So let's go ahead and all get ready to do a guided meditation together right now. I'll just suggest that you get nice and comfortable. And if you're in a space where you're able to do so, you can close your eyes as well, just to give yourself a nice, quiet feeling of your inner world. And then once you're ready, begin by taking in a few nice, deep, relaxing breaths. Feeling as you do so that your body and mind are sinking into a state of deep relaxation and receptivity. As you focus on your breath,
Notice that it is creating a straight pathway right into your heart. Breathe into your heart, noticing the rhythm of your heartbeat, and perhaps allowing your heartbeat in this moment to rest, to go into a slightly gentler, slower, more receptive rhythm, which in turn sends messages throughout the body, throughout the mind, that it is time to deeply receive. And with your next deep inhale, visualize that in your heart there is an inner seed of beautiful, bright white light. Breathe into that beautiful white light, noticing that with each breath you take, that light is growing bigger and becoming brighter. Watching as the light envelops your entire heart center, as it spreads out to encase your entire chest, rib cage, upper body, feeling so relaxed and just bright and light inside as this light spreads upwards to encompass your upper chakra centers, shining all around you and outside of you, and seeing the light descend all the way to the bottom of your spine, wrapping underneath your feet and flowing into the earth around you. Breathing deeply, noticing that beautiful light as it's ballooning outward to create a chrysalis or cocoon around you, where you're just bathed in a beautiful, glowing light. You are now standing at the doorway to the spirit world, your personal access point to connecting with the divine. Just take a breath to feel what it's like in this space, to explore it, to breathe, to receive, and to allow the higher energy or frequency of this beautiful space to uplift your resonance. Breathing deeply, noticing that that beautiful white light is humming, singing, and resonating inside every cell in your body, every particle of thought and consciousness that makes up you. And as you breathe, notice that that resonance is lifting just a little bit, raising and lifting up, creating a very light, happy, and joyful feeling within you, creating a dazzling feeling of closeness to our heavenly source, to our Creator. Now, visualize that through this beautiful doorway of white light, there are a group of loving beings stepping forward, and you are stepping towards them. Watch and feel as these beautiful beings stand around you in a circle of light. Notice whether you sense a familiarity or a recognition with any of these beings. Just breathe, relax, and explore as you look into their faces, as you feel the love that's pouring out from their hearts. And as you connect with them,
imagine that with each breath you're taking, that you are allowing yourself to receive from these beings. Breathe in their presence, noticing that these ascended masters, these beautiful heavenly beings, are channeling their light, their presence, and their love and compassion towards you. You can visualize it perhaps flowing from their hearts into your heart, creating a bond of light and of love. Just breathe in those feelings. Once again, noticing whether there are any specific guides or masters, teachers, who seem to especially be connecting with you right now. And just holding space to receive from them. As you relax in this beautiful space, let's just take a moment to set an intention. This can be any healing intention that you have for your life. This can be any questions that you have for your guides. Or this can even be just the intention to grow closer to any specific ascended master that you want to come in contact with. Hold your attention now and just take a moment to express it. And now that you've connected your intention with this group of loving beings, simply take a moment to trust that the right master or teacher is now connecting with you, and also to notice once again whether or not there is maybe another master that has come towards you, one of these guides who's come a little closer into your life. And you can even take a moment just to receive any specific messages or gifts that the ascended masters want to give you today. So we'll just breathe for a moment while you receive. Very good. With your next deep breath, visualize that guide or master is returning back to your everyday life with you. You can visualize that perhaps they're walking through that doorway of light with you, or maybe creating a connection through that doorway from heaven where you can always reach them. With your next few breaths, let's just settle right back into our physical bodies, traveling back to our awareness of the here and now. And as we do this, let's just spend a moment reflecting on the words of one of my favorite ascended masters, who I believe so well illustrates the purpose of an ascended master, of a light bearer, and perhaps you're a light bearer. These are the words of Saint Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned.
It is in dying to the self that we are born to eternal life. Isn't that beautiful? Let's just take a couple more deep breaths together, feeling ourselves being energized as we connect with this beautiful light. And with your next deep exhale, you can gently open your eyes and just take a moment to shift right back into the room and into the present moment. Taking back any of those beautiful feelings, messages, as we connected with our guides today. Ooh, that just feels so good. I love to meditate with you guys. I can really feel the energy of all of us connecting with this together. And I'm feeling guided to tell all of you as well that it doesn't matter whether or not you are you're meditating with us in real time when we're doing these shows live, or if you are listening on rebroadcast, because you are still connecting in the same spiritual space. The spiritual space that we hold together transcends time. So you can retroactively connect with that same beautiful spiritual space that we're all sharing together, even if you're listening to us after this has aired. So thank you for connecting with us together. Your presence is important, and we really do a very good job of lifting up one another when we share in intentions to meditate, to access spirit. All right, now is our time to accept callers. So if you have any thoughts or questions about the Ascended Masters, or if you would like your own reading today, we'll be using our Ascended Master Oracle cards to connect with the Ascended Masters, then you can call in now, and the number to do so is 240-979-4111. That's 240-979-4111. All right. I always look forward to the part where we get to talk and connect. And know that if you don't get through for your reading today, that oftentimes those who do get through for a reading are actually asking questions that are the answer to some of the guidance that you need. We always set the intention when we're doing our readings that the callers, the questions, or the messages that need to come through for all of us will come through. So we're going to trust the messages that we get. And it looks as if we already have our first caller on. So caller, hi, you are on the air today. If you could just go ahead and share with us your name and where you're calling from today.
Rocco? Am I on?
Yes. Hi, Rocco. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. It's great to talk with you today. What is your question or thought that you'd like to share with us?
So what kind of questions do you think I should ask? You know, it's really great that I actually just, somebody just bought me that deck last week, the Ascended Master is by Dorian Hurst.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm working with it right now. And if you would like, we can pull some cards for you and just see what kind of general guidance your guides have for you today.
Oh yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm just shuffling our cards right now, and I'm going to pick 3 for you today, Rocco. All right. So let's turn them over and see what we are getting. Oh, very interesting cards. So the first card that we pulled is the Teacher card. The Teacher card. This is a card that is all about life purpose changes. And it's interesting because the impressions that I'm getting from the guides that are around you right now is that this coming year, 2017, is going to be a really important year for you in terms of self-discovery when it comes to your life purpose. And the Teacher card comes up for a reason. It comes up because your angels are saying that you have a message to share with other people or a special knack or talent for helping other people to understand things. So they're saying to definitely contemplate any of the messages that you might feel passionately about sharing with the world. I know that this is your year for doing that. Another thing that I'm hearing them saying about that too is that you are being sent the right teacher or teachers at this time that you need, that will help to kind of inspire and shift your path going on. Any thoughts about any of that? Does that resonate, the teacher idea?
Oh yeah, everything resonates. In the middle of writing this book, and it's been a couple, about 2 years. And then too, I'm also setting up just a podcast. And I wanted to interview you. I don't know, you remembered a while ago, and I didn't realize there's all these technical gadgets and stuff. So but I'm breaking through, and I think I'm going to be able to do that soon. And it'll be great to talk to you and ask you those questions that we talked about. And you are one of my teachers, and you're amazing.
Thank you so much. It humbles me to feel connected with you and all of that. And that's amazing that you're writing a book. That's one of the main ways, wonderful ways that we can use to teach and share with other people. So that is absolutely beautiful. And I want to share with you too, we've got 2 other cards I pulled that I think are really interesting. The second card that I pulled for you is the Twin Flame card with the Ascended Master Angus. Angus is a Celtic.
I got that one.
I
got that one. When I was at the store, I asked. I put it up to my heart. I cleared a deck. I put it up to my heart before I even bought it. They have a tester deck, and that was the first card that came up.
Wow. Okay, guys, everybody who's listening, this is an example of synchronicity. When you get a repeated message like this, there are 44 cards in this whole deck. I only picked 3 of them, and one of them is this message that his guides have been repeatedly trying to get to him before, the Twin Flame card. So I think that's so amazing. The Twin Flame card is a card that comes up when there is an important spiritual soulmate-based relationship that is either in your life now or is approaching in your life. The angels, particularly for you, your guides and angels, are saying that because your path is continuing to shift, your energy is getting lighter, you're focusing on your purpose, and you're uncovering a lot with your purpose at this time, you are specifically preparing for attracting a soulmate or twin flame, or for connecting more deeply, realizing the spiritual basis of an important partnership or relationship in your life. So that's a really interesting thing.
Wow, yeah, that's great. And I actually pulled it up twice. I think that the other time I was just messing around when I first got the deck, and it came up, just I don't think I was asking any questions. I was just, how the cards stick and stuff. So it's kind of like, I bought the deck, so it was mine. Somebody bought them for me, actually, but then at home I was kind of just blowing through them, and it popped up again, too. So it's great.
Wow. Yes. So definitely pay attention to the continuing of these kinds of synchronicities, because oftentimes we can buckle our seatbelts to prepare for that sign to be showing up again, and to be leading you right towards, what it's talking about, leading you towards the soulmate. So that feels like it's another important thing coming on the horizon for you. Again, I'm feeling that 2017 is a year where a lot happens for you. And then the final card that we pulled too, I think this is a great advice card. This is the Clear and Shield Your Energy card from the Ascended Master Almoria. The Clear and Shield Your Energy card is a card that tells us something similar to what they had just said, that your energy is shifting and changing at this time in your life as you continue to grow and to learn on your path, as you continue to connect with, kind of what they're saying are high resonances or high frequencies, holding high intentions around you. As your energy gets lighter, you may notice that you have higher sensitivity. And so when your sensitivity is very high, it can be important to shift in your relationship with the world around you, so that you can maintain a sort of care or nurturing for this new sensitivity or this newly heightened energy. So clearing our energy is very, very important. Again, when you're highly sensitive, you might find or notice that you are holding other people's energy in your energy sometimes, or picking up on other people's feelings. Clearing that at the end of the day is so important, just for remaining centered on our path, and shielding our energy as well. The angels are saying that for you specifically,
you have a high sensitivity for picking up on the energy of world events. Your guides are saying that you're a very compassionate person. You really, really care about world peace, about everybody being taken care of, and about things kind of moving in a direction that can be sort of politically sound again, so that people can live a peaceful quality of life. And they're saying because you have this compassion, because you have the empathy, you have heightened sensitivity and sometimes pick up on little fears or things that are going on with the masses out globally. So that's a great sign or message that tells you that shielding your energy can be something that is incredibly helpful, and to actually access the Ascended Masters as a way to help you shouldering some of that sensitivity and empathy that you have. Call on Ascended Masters to say, hey, I feel very strongly about this, and I'm not going to go into fear and hold on to, any personal sense of my responsibility to save or change the entire world all on my own. I'm going to do my part, do my share, and pray, ask or invoke the power of a guide or higher being who can send light, love, and peace out into this world with me. So you're definitely a light worker. That's a very, very wonderful thing.
Wow, yeah. I was just, this is a little far-fetched, but a couple of things that happened. I'll make it brief, but that I was talking to somebody that's kind of, I guess I won't mention the name, it's a little bit of a high profile, and I happen to just, the person I'm helping, we're co-writing the book, she's working her way through college as a nurse, and she was a caregiver, and she happened to be taking care of a pretty famous author that actually is really sick. And I happened to just, she said you can email her because she said she might try to help us if she has enough strength, and so it's okay. So I'm working on this email, and I kind of proclaimed that I was that I am a light worker. It's the first time I've actually emailed a person saying that I'm a light worker, and these are the kind of things that I'm working on in the book. And hopefully it works out with her too. But it's awesome. See how you hit on these subjects. I just happen to say, yeah, I am a light worker, and then all of a sudden you just come and confirm it for me.
That is amazing. And, there's something powerful about sort of spiritually coming out of the closet, letting ourselves really own the fact that, I'm here with a purpose. I want to bring more light into this world, and all of us have the power to do that. So, Rocco, thank you so much for sharing that story and for sharing, too, just your light. It's so great to connect with you. Thank you for calling in, and God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
I will. Thank you, Sarah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So that was such a great call. I love connecting with you guys. If there are anybody other callers we have, feel free to call in. So quick. It looks like we already have someone else on. So caller, hello. You are now on the air. And if you could just introduce yourself to us and share your name and maybe where you're calling from today.
Great, Sarah. It's so nice to talk to you. I'm new to the project Bring Me to Life, but I'm really looking forward to this. My name is Shannon, and I'm calling from the West Coast here in California. I'm originally from Texas, though.
Awesome. Hi, Shannon. It's so great to talk with you today. Thank you for calling in. So what questions or thoughts or anything like that would you like to share with us today?
Well, I'm just looking forward to gaining some new knowledge to kind of the feelings I've been having, kind of not anxious feelings, but just like feelings about not sure about what's going to happen for the new year. And I have a lot of issues with family and close people in my life. And so I'm just looking for some optimism or maybe just some insight into kind of these feelings I'm having, because I feel like they're coming to me a little earlier. And so I'm not... I'm just seeing things before they're happening, so I'm not sure what to do with that kind of feeling.
Wow, beautiful. So I am pulling a few cards for you, and even just as I'm shuffling, I'm feeling your guides, your angels as well, communicating that you have a very, very heightened sensitivity and that it's something that's growing right now on your path. You're going to be experiencing some wonderful spiritual shifts along the way, and to continue noticing some of the feelings that you're getting. So today I'm I've pulled a couple of cards for you from the Goddess Guidance Oracle card deck, because our goddesses as well actually represent members of the Ascended Masters realm, and then a card as well from the Ascended Masters deck too, just for fun. So I'm going to turn these over now and just see what kinds of things your guides would like to share with you about your journey coming on this new year. Oh, cool. So the first card that we pulled over for you, Shannon, is the Past Life card with the goddess Isis. This is really, really interesting because it goes right along with the theme that the your guides just gave us in the very beginning as we were starting to tune into the energy around you, which is that you are on a big path of spiritual growth or shifting right now in your life. The angels and your guides are saying that some of the feelings that are coming up, extra sensitivities, even premonitions, inspirations, are the result of lessons that you've already lived, or sensitivity, spiritual gifts that you've already had before in previous lifetimes. So one thing that I'm hearing your angels and your guides say is to notice any patterns with specific issues that you might be going through, any strong relationship things that might be going on in your life right now, and any repeated messages that you get about this time, because it feels as if there is a lot of this that is actually rooted in past life situations. And your angels and guides want you to know that in connecting or learning a little bit more about your past lives, you'll be able to recover really strong guidance and information about these spiritual gifts that you have, and about some of the things that you'll be doing with your purpose. And they're adding too that there will be guidance that feels like it comes through that will give you some beautiful conflict resolution and healing in relationships and in the lives of the people that you love at this time. One little specific thing I'm feeling your guides share with us about your particular past lives is they're showing us that you've had several past lifetimes in leadership types of roles where you've had a repeated experience where they're saying you were asked to be really courageous, or to kind of make yourself vulnerable and to go out into the world and to be really, really, really brave or courageous, to do something that sometimes feels scary or dangerous or even self-sacrificing, such as, I am going to speak this message of truth even if it means I'll be persecuted, because this message of truth is important, or I have compassion for the people that whose voices need to be heard in this kind of a message. So they want you to know that you've had repeated experiences of this, and that in some of these experiences, yes, you've experienced maybe persecution or challenges as a result of being a courageous person or a leadership person. But they want you to embrace this path of speaking up, speaking your truth, no matter the feelings of fear or triggering or the question marks that might present. So this is one of the biggest themes I'm feeling out of this lesson from your past lives, is just this idea of speak up. Speak your truth now. There, you have a lot of insight and wisdom, and it is safe in this lifetime for you to speak your truth, whether it's in a relationship, whether it's in a greater, bigger, more kind of communal way, or whatever it may be. Speak your truth. Oh my gosh, it's so funny because I'm just looking down at the second card, and it actually goes perfectly with that message. It's the bold card with the goddess Freya. So again, that's that same message of courageousness. You have an inner, they're saying tiger or lioness of courage. So bring that courageousness forth and do the thing that you feel called to do the most, even if it is, again, maybe causing some question marks or feelings of vulnerability, because you have an important message to get across. And assertiveness just seems like it balances your life at this time, really speaking up, speaking your truth, or holding your particular boundaries in any situations you find yourself in. Be assertive, be strong. The third card is the fertility card. So that says that this year is a year where there's a lot of creativity happening, and it's a very important time for you to be starting any new projects, or for you to be giving birth to brand new conditions in your life. And when they say giving birth to brand new conditions, it feels as if that's a direct
result of the being more assertive, or the putting forward more boundaries and just owning your independent, fiery, courageous, kind of path. So speak up, be strong, start sharing some of the feelings and the ideas that you get. And then from the Ascended Masters deck, I pulled just one single card as asking for, okay, what's the result of some of the work that she's going through this year? What are the things that she can look forward to? And the card that we pulled is the Power of Joy card from Maitreya, which is one of the Buddhas. Maitreya, Power of Joy. So this says that there is a lot of joy. There's a lot of manifestation that is coming forward to you in your life this year, as well as, again, specifically, I'm feeling that coming through in some relationships. There's some shifting in the dynamics of relationships, but it's bringing about a release of any past tension or power struggle dynamics, and bringing out this feeling of everything is free. I am joyful. I express who I truly am. I'm living my truth, sort of thing. So yes, I know that was quite a hefty message. They had a lot to say to you. Any questions, reflections, or thoughts on any of that so far?
I'm just speechless. Mostly, I'm really, really excited about the message that you've given me. It's definitely something that speaks to my heart and my soul. I'm definitely excited about that joy card, because I keep telling myself that all the work and some of the pain that I've gone through it's going to pay off. And it seems like that joy card is like a really big light for me to look forward to. And I'm really looking forward to that resolution that you spoke of too, because I feel like I'm close, and if I just keep going, that I will find it. So thank you so much. This is really exciting for me.
Yes, good. You are so welcome. And I'm hearing your Ascended Masters sort of echoing what you just said with, yes, like they're your cheerleaders, and they're saying, don't back down. This is your time to just persevere, persist. Again, be courageous. It doesn't matter if you feel like you're, kind of all alone or vulnerable sometimes in the things that you're going to be fighting for or looking to create and manifest. But there is a lot of good that is coming out of this time right now for you. So continue to go forward, and tell us later about the past lives if you learn anything. I love hearing
really
about that.
Something that it makes a lot of sense as to how I feel and how I react in certain situations. And I don't know where that comes from, and I'm not really familiar with my past lives or even that possibility. So I'm really excited. And then me asking for that optimism, you talking about the fertility card, I'm like, that is the optimism I know is there in my heart. It's just really exciting. I thank you for your time and your energy.
Yes. Oh, you're so welcome, dear.
And we'll
Shannon.
be tuning in today for the rest of the show. Looking forward to the rest of it.
Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, that was just such a great call. So thank you. And I hope you have a beautiful, beautiful, blessed rest of your day, Shannon. Thank you.
Blessings, Sarah. Thank you.
All right. Gosh, two great callers. It looks like we will still have time for one more, to squeeze in one more with our last few minutes here. So if anybody else wants to call in, once again, our number is 240-979-4111. And while we're waiting, just to see if anybody does call in our last couple of minutes, something that I love to do is to just pull one card for the whole group. Ooh, I pulled the Retreat to Nature card for us. Oh, look, we've got a caller. That's great. Hi, caller. What is your first name? Thank you for calling in. And where are you calling from?
Hi, Sarah. I'm calling from Michigan, and I'm James Wong. I actually know you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for calling in today. So what is the question that you would like to ask for your guides today?
I don't know if I have one specific. I guess I just want to know what I need to know to face the upcoming week.
Okay, great. So I am going to give our Ascended Master cards a shuffle here and pull a few cards to see what we have. All right. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So the first card that we have for you for this week, just thinking of what we need to do, is the Energy Healing card. The Energy Healing card. And this is actually really interesting because just as we had with the last two callers, there is this feeling of heightened spiritual, emotional, or energetic sensitivity that's coming through. So doing a little something for yourself this week, or as you continue forth on your immediate path ahead of you, to heal your energy or to receive, to rest would be very, very important, just to help to balance what you're going through right now. They're saying there's no need to shoulder too much stress. Also, specifically for you, they're saying there's no need to rush ahead with anything that you're working on. They're saying that everything is coming about in perfect timing in terms of your work and your personal goals. So give yourself permission to be patient, to rest, let go, and just to kind of receive. Again, energy healing, allow yourself to receive and heal. The second card that we pulled for you, I love this one. This is the Detach from Drama card with the Ascended Master Athena. So detach from drama, this is a card that comes up when we're being asked to release any of the big worries that we have or conflicts maybe that might be going on with other people. And for you specifically, I'm hearing your guides say that sometimes stepping back and giving a little bit of space or stillness to a situation where you're finding that there's a good deal of conflict or anything like that going on can be really, really helpful. So give this situation a little bit of space, a little bit of quiet. That can give you a really great opportunity to kind of observe anything that's going on, and even to receive, your guides are saying, new ideas or insights about what's really happening and maybe what the higher road might be that you can go on. So give this a little space, give this a little bit of time. And once again, that thematic message for you of give yourself permission to just sort of set back and rest at this time. The final card that we pulled for you, this is a really interesting card. This is the Mother, Wife, Sister, Daughter card with the Ascended Master Lady Nada. This is a card that comes up usually when it's important for us to consider the important female relationships in our lives, such as with our mother, such as with our wife, our sister, or our daughter, or a female friend, anything like that. So this would essentially say that anything that you're, kind of working on or focusing on this time might be centered around either an issue with a female relationship, something you're learning from one of these female relationships, or even specifically, I'm hearing your guides and angels say, receiving help. Receiving support, receiving love or insight from a strong, loving female figure in your life at this time. The last little thing I do want to also share about this particular card too is that when we see the Mother, Wife, Sister, Daughter card, we're oftentimes getting a message about the divine feminine. And all of us have equal parts of divine feminine and divine masculine in us spiritually. So this is just a card that's essentially telling you engage with the divine feminine aspect of yourself, which is actually the side that's all about receiving, just like the last two cards gave us messages about too. So 3 cards in a row, they're telling you to give yourself a little space, a little rest, to spend time receiving and connecting with your intuition. So any questions or thoughts about any of that for you?
No, that's awesome. I'm actually going to acupuncture tonight to do some healing.
Perfect.
And yeah, it's off its home as usual. Whenever I speak to you, it's always right on.
Oh, good. Good. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that you're already hearing your guide's guidance, because you're going to acupuncture tonight. I feel like half the time I'm giving messages, it's just to affirm what people have already heard or what they're already doing, so that your guides can tell you, yes, you're on the right track. You heard us. You're doing the right thing for yourself. So thank you so much for your call. I'm so glad to connect with you today, and I hope you too have a beautiful day. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for a great show. It was so great to connect with all of you. We are now coming to the end of our time together, and I just wanted to say to remember that I will be live every third Thursday of the month at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on Project Bring Me to Life, bringing you spiritual discussions and angel messages. And you can tune in every Thursday at this time to hear rebroadcasts from some of our past shows. Next month, our show topic will be soulmates for the month of February, since it's going to be Valentine's Day, and I love talking about soulmates, so definitely mark your calendars for February 16th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and check that out.
All of my shows are recorded and available to listen to as podcasts on iTunes, at Spreaker.com. That's Spreaker.com. And on the app for Android, Stitcher, that's Stitcher, where you can just search through the Ides of the Angels or Project Bring Me to Life, and the show will come up. We've got all of them on there. I will also be posting links for the podcast, for the rebroadcast of this one, on my Facebook and Twitter pages, and Project Bring Me to Life will also be posting it, so you can like and follow them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and you can also like my Facebook page at facebook.com/SarahHall1111, and you can follow me on Twitter by visiting twitter.com/SarahFim444, that's SERRAPHIM444. And as always, if you'd like to connect with me for your personal private reading or spiritual healing session, you can visit my website at www.seraphim.com. That's SERRAPHIM.com for more info on that. And as always, for more fantastic spiritual talk radio, music, art, podcasts, events, and so much more, stay tuned to Project Bring Me to Life Network and visit projectbringmetolife.com. I love you all so much. Know, as always, until we meet again, that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye-bye.
And now enjoy Papadosio Music Hour.
Ima kana saito nano Ima kana sai halamu Limo banco tauri cuento Ahí te vengo, sai contamos. El camino sai llegamos. Ahí te viene, respaldamos. De la noche a la mañana, ahí te vengo, ahí contamos. Hacia el norte dice hierba, ahí el sur ahí voy contando, ahí el centro ahí llegando. El camino está jalando. Hacia el norte dice hierba. Ahí el sur ahí voy contando. Ahí el centro dice cuenta, ahí te viene respaldando.
Take the time to think about the time you spend living without the things that happen all around you. It never seems to make much sense to stop and think of all the rest. The grass, the trees, the breeze, and the sun. There
a brand new chapter. Then you'll surely discover what you're truly after. What you're truly after. It's what you're truly after. What you're truly after. What you're truly after. What you're
Turned all this green into trash and we threw it
about what they see and feel and know is happening to our world. Something so beautiful and so freeing happens.
If we make it through this age of the fool and see distant days, our daughters and sons see all life as one. But until that day, let's sing love, 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 holy heck, well, I'll be damned. You got your soul out of a can. Well, you one lost brother with your handbook. God dropping bombs on the other. Well, ain't that odd? You look at me and you shake your head. Said you've been had right from the start. The whole world is changing right before our eyes. What I'm really saying is to know that never die.
Thank you guys so much. You rock.
Thank you so much. Everybody be good to each other. We'll see you next time.
We miss you, Ohio. Thank you.
You're down and out. Blame yourself for doubt. You're not allowed. Prefer to be in clouds, but you've been, you are. Hold on to your scars right now. So far, it's written in the stars for you. Society tells you to train yourself and think only about yourself. Don't worry about someone else. Just you and yourself.
real action. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite. Outside the boundaries of their phony world of kicks is the ever-present possibility of discovery. So destroy the evidence, leave not a trace. They can lie, they can swear. Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Take this square world and blast off for Kicksville.
And now enjoy Variety Music Hour.
Soldiers laying down their guns, swords and bullets. We are leaving the timelines of war. The warrior becomes a guardian. No shame of defeat, no rage and righteousness, just heart planting gardens that take me through my shadows, show me my fellow man, help me find the sanctuary every place I am. I am. I know we'll find a better way. I know we'll find a better way. I know we'll heaven on earth, sanctuary of the womb, the great birthing ground. No longer victims of circumstance, no longer the target of unresolved pain. I want to heal the distance between our hearts and minds, between our beliefs and our doubts. Generations of separation. I am. I am. I am. I am. I know we'll find a better way. 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 I am. I am. I am.
Some bright morning when this life is over, I'll fly away to a home on God's celestial shore. I'll fly away. Whoa, I'll fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Just a few more weary days and then I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away. I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. When the shadows of this life have grown, I'll fly away. Like a bird from prison bars have flown, I'll fly away. Whoa, I'll fly away. Oh, glory, I'll fly away on the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away. Oh, glory, I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away.
Within my soul there's a place where the flower of communion lays its petals of grace to unfold into the season. Now behold the highest reason, for where there's a will, there's a way. May the way that I will be pure in faith to see what no I can believe. Beloved, become to be lived beyond me. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. And when we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning Within my heart there's a song that awakens all I've ever known and all that shall be. Guided by the inner melody, we breathe to be and become. When the will and the way have been said and done, rise like the dawn. I receive you as surely as I may become. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answer to our deepest question. When we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we live on. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. And when we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we live on.
Directly connected, divinely we're protected. We try rules of the pure land, sacred light, always reflected. Faith seeds to have life, we advise never neglect. I'm talking about fire and water. I adore my priestess, who's always a conscious daughter. We're always looking for something that has never been lost. Exaggerate our garments, the foolish way that we floss. Looking to pay off our karma, but see we don't know the cost. Just realize the true boss, there ain't no river to cross. The whole challenge is, how can we make it flow up within our central channel? Yes, our redemption is flowing, it's like the river Nile. Almighty Devi Ganga arises from the top of the crown of Shiva. I said it's all symbolic, you know these meanings are deep. These keys are stimulants to wake us out of our sleep. You know it's all symbolic. I say these meanings are deep. These keys are stimulants to wake us out of our sleep. Yeah, to wake them up.
River of love, giver of peace, lead me to the open sea. Holder of truth, keeper of faith, lead me to the only way. River of love, giver of peace, lead me to the open sea. Holder of truth, keeper of faith, lead me to the only way. For within my soul there's a place where the flower of communion lays its petals of grace to unfold into the season. Now behold the highest reason. For where there's a will, there's a way. May the way that I will be pure in faith. To see what now I may believe. Beloved, become to be lived beyond me. We are the temple of the way within. We hold the answers to our deepest questions. And when we find a way to live in balance with all that we're given, then we begin to find the meaning of this life we live on. We are the temple of the way within. And we hold the answers to our deepest
makes me say, Lord, the world has really got the blues. It's enough to drive you crazy. No time to lose your mind. The thunder in the distance, it's just the ticking of the hands of time. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. I felt like an outlaw ever since I was a child. I didn't fit at all. They were tame, but I was wild. This concrete jungle, you know it's not my world at all. It's a toxic bungle, and I would not wait to see it fall. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. A nut must crack for a seed to find its way to the sun. Just step back. It's okay to still have fun. If this world is a prison, we are the flowers growing through the bars. 'Cause we never listened when they said we couldn't reach the stars. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is a very, very major and significant part of this training, because what are dreams but the dance of the selves? Okay? They're the dance of the primary selves and they're the dance of the disowned selves. And they're extremely valuable because they give you a picture of what is in balance and what is out of balance. Now, if you don't remember dreams, don't worry about it. It's not, there are plenty of ways to work with consciousness without dreams. But since an increasing number of people around pay attention to dreams, and also since listening to dream material affects people and it hits you quite deeply, and then people start dreaming, we wanted to take a little bit of time to consider this dream process.
And now enjoy this awakening talk.
Hi, my name is Dr. Joe Dispenza. My undergraduate training is at Rutgers University, where I studied biochemistry. I went on to get my graduate degree at Life University outside of Atlanta, Georgia. In the last 7 years, I've been very interested in studying spontaneous remissions from diseases. In other words, conditions where people had been diagnosed with cancer or diabetes or rare genetic disorders that medical science had no solution for. I studied people who had cardiovascular conditions like tachycardia or arrhythmia or high blood pressure, people who had high cholesterol levels, emphysema, endocrine problems like thyroid values changed. And I was interested in finding out if there were some things that were common amongst these people. And I found that there were actually 4 things that were common amongst every person that had a spontaneous remission. The first thing that was in common was that every person accepted and believed that there was a divine intelligence running their body. Some people may call it a spiritual intelligence. Some people may say it's a greater mind or a deeper mind. But they all accepted that there was an intelligence that was much greater than them. Now, if we call it this mystical intelligence, a spiritual intelligence, there's really nothing mystical about it at all. You see, it's the same intelligence right now that's keeping your heart beating. Your heart beats 2 gallons of blood every minute, over 100 gallons of blood every hour. It beats 100,000 times in one day, 40 million times a year, and over 3 billion times in one lifetime. It pumps consistently without you consciously thinking about it. Now, if we think about it, there's some order, there's some intelligence that's giving us life, that's keeping our heart beating. It's the same intelligence that's digesting our food, breaking down food into gases and nutrients, and taking that food and organizing it to repair the body. All of that's taking place without us consciously thinking about it. And these people began to realize that there was an intelligence running their body that was actually greater than them, that actually knew more than them. And if they could connect with this intelligence, maybe it would do the healing for them. You see, every single second, we lose 10 million cells. And in the next second, we make another 10 million cells. Now, we don't think about doing that. You and I are free-willed individuals. But there's an order, there's an intelligence that's doing it for us. And in every single cell in the body, out of the 100 trillion cells that make up our physical body, every cell goes through 100,000 chemical reactions every single second. Now, if we multiply that by the 100 trillion cells, we can see that there's some intelligence that's giving us life consistently. Now, the interesting thing about this intelligence is that it has a will independent of our will. It consistently and constantly gives us life. Its will transcends our will. Its mind transcends our mind. And it keeps an order in the physical body. An example of that would be like little enzymes running through the DNA of our cells. There's 3.2 billion nucleic acids that make up the genes in one cell. Now, this intelligence sends proteins up and down those nucleic acids and changes mutations so that we don't fall apart. Now, if we think about this, this intelligence is giving us life consistently. And these people said, I'm riding on the back of a giant. And if I could just learn to tap into this intelligence, it will do the healing for me. That's the first thing that they all accepted. Now, the second thing they all believed in was that they understood that their thoughts, the way they thought over a period of time, or their thinking, actually contributed to their disease. And they said, if my thinking's contributed to my disease, maybe I should change the way I've been thinking over the last several years. Now, every time we have a thought, we make a chemical. If we have good thoughts, or we have elevated thoughts, or happy thoughts, we make chemicals that make us feel good or happy. And if we have negative thoughts, or bad thoughts, or insecure thoughts, we make chemicals that make us feel exactly the way we're thinking. So as every chemical is released in the brain, it's literally a message that feeds the physical body. Now the body begins to feel the way it's thinking. Now, once we begin to feel the way we're thinking, an amazing thing happens. The brain, which is in constant communication with the body, checks in with the body, and it starts to think the way we're feeling, which then makes more chemicals to allow us to feel the way we're thinking and think the way we're feeling, and we get caught in this loop between the brain and the body of thinking and feeling. The ultimate side effect of this is that we create a state of being, and that state of being becomes the way in which we think. In other words, feeling becomes the way in which we think. And when feeling becomes the way in which we think, now we're caught in a loop where our body is literally thinking for us. Now these people reasoned, they said, if my thinking's created this condition, and my thoughts create these chemicals that make me feel a certain way and behave a certain way, I'll have to change the way I think. And so they set out to begin to interrupt this process. That was the second thing that they had in common. The third thing that they had in common, which I found really astounding, is that these people decided that in order to break their thinking process, they had to reinvent themselves. They had to become somebody else. And when they began to think about who they wanted to become, they stopped this feedback loop between thinking and feeling, and they started to ask themselves some important questions. Questions like this: what would it be like to be a happy person? Who do I know in my life that's happy? What would I have to change about myself in order to be a different person? Who in antiquity do I admire that's been great, that I've studied, that I can use some of the virtues and skills to begin to formulate a new ideal of myself? And these people began to contemplate what-ifs, possibilities, potentials of who they could become. And as they did this, the brain began to change. They began to think differently, and the thinking process began to format connections in their brain that started to act as a platform for them to be. So they began to gather information. They began to examine other options, different than the way they've been being for the last several years of their life. Now, the last thing that they had in common, which was the fourth thing, was that when these people reinvented themselves, they spent long moments where they lost track of time and space. In other words, they became so involved with what they were thinking about, so immersed in who they were becoming, that when they opened their eyes, or when they turned on the light in the room, or when they lifted their blindfolds up, it seemed like 5 minutes to them, but actually an hour and a half or 2 hours went by. And they were literally becoming so immersed in what they were thinking about that they lost track of time and space. They lost track of the feedback that takes place between the body and the brain. They lost track of the feedback that the brain always perceives in its environment. And they lost track of time. Now, the brain processes about 400 billion bits of information every single second. But we're only conscious of about 2,000 of those 400 billion bits. Now, those 2,000 bits of information in reference to where our awareness exists only has to do with three things. It has to do with our feedback from the body, feedback from the environment, and our feedback in reference to time. You know, does your back hurt? Are you hungry? Do you have a headache? Are you thirsty? Are you tired? Is it too cold? Is it too warm? Do you like the way it smells in the environment? How long is it going to take before the next experience happens? Our brain and our awareness is immersed in those particular things. And when our brain is immersed in those particular things, even though the brain is processing 400 billion bits of information, we keep our awareness on only 2,000 of those 400 billion bits. And it has to do with the body, the environment, and time. These people who had spontaneous remissions, they moved their awareness from those particular things to those other bits of information. And when they did that, we're beginning to learn from a scientific standpoint is that's the moment that the brain begins to pattern new circuits and new connections. So this began an interesting study for me because I wanted to know, based on these four things, what was happening in the brain to determine what was happening in these people's physical bodies. Could it be that they changed their mind, and by changing their mind, it had a physiological effect in their body? Now, some of these people weren't vegetarians. They didn't do crystals. They didn't fast. They didn't do any alternative therapies. All they did was they changed their mind. And by changing their mind, it produced some measurable results in their life. So I began this process of understanding how the brain makes new circuits and makes new connections. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the way science has progressed over the last couple hundred years, and I'm going to tie it into our understanding of the brain. Back in the 17th century, there was a man by the name of Descartes, and he was a French scientist. He was sitting by a fountain one day, and he was trying to understand the nature of reality. And as he was sitting by this fountain, he said, you know, I'm having difficulty merging two ideas. See, there's an objective world. You know, there's an objective world he called the sphere of science, where things behave like a machine. He said the earth and all of its laws and all of physical reality behave in a very physical mannerism. And those physical traits are very predictable and they're very repeatable. And he said, I'm going to call that the sphere of science. And anything that has to do with the objective or very large, science can study. And then he said, well, anything that has to do with the mind or our subjective world or subjective reality, I'm going to give to religion, because religion has a better handle on it. And really what Descartes was saying is, I want the freedom to be able to study science without having to deal with those other issues. And so the church began to focus on all the principles of subjective world and mind. So the church became always mind, never matter, and science was always matter, never mind. And things worked really well, because up until this point, you know, the church delving into science created some problems, and science delving into the mind created some problems as well, because if we look at Bruno or we look at Galileo, we can see that when they made their particular observations, it defied the church, and of course there were some speed bumps along the way. And it served Descartes very well, because he didn't have to deal with issues other than things that were predictable, because he was a scientist by nature. He didn't want to deal with influences by the church, because if we study history, if we study Galileo Galilei, or we study Giordano Bruno in earlier times, when they said that the earth was no longer the center of the universe, they were persecuted by the church because it went against the very doctrines that ran the church. So Descartes had his own freedom now to study the nature of reality. And things worked really well, and by observation, scientific laws began to develop. And in the 18th century, along came Sir Isaac Newton. And Newton basically said, there are certain definite laws that we can actually put a scientific value on. He knew that force and mass and acceleration are related. And Newton said, if I know the starting point of something, and I know its velocity or its speed, I can determine where it's going to end up. And because of Newton, we're able to put a rocket on the moon. If we know the distance from the Earth to the moon, and the rotation of the Earth and how fast we're going to shoot that rocket, because of Newtonian laws and Newtonian physics, we're able to do some very specific things based on the very large and very objective laws. And things worked really well, and science continued to emerge. And then in the 19th century, Albert Einstein comes up with his theory of relativity and this theory of light. And Einstein basically said, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Anything as an object or mass that travels faster than the speed of light will ultimately become energy. And because of his laws in understanding relativity, he emerged even greater understandings about objective reality. When Einstein published his papers, the most amazing thing about Einstein was that there was no real footnotes to his information, and which blew most of the scientists away during his time. And he was a visionary, and he understood the way things worked because he applied his mind. And so Einstein's theories pushed science into a greater degree in its acceleration. And then after that, Einstein began to work with this principle called the photoelectric effect. And what he was doing is he was producing very strong electrical currents into steel plates, and he wanted to see the energy that was emitted in terms of electrons and protons and neutrons. And when he started to study what the electrons were doing, instead of the electrons releasing energy in a very continuous and normal fashion, the electrons released energy and dropped the level like it was moving down a staircase instead of moving very smooth and continuous. Now, Einstein stopped because the way things work in the very large is that when energy is released, things move in a very continuous fashion. For example, if we drop an apple from a tree, it moves in a very continuous and predictable fashion, and they expected, in the photoelectric effect, the very same things to happen. They didn't. And so Einstein began to see that the very tiny started to behave very different than the very large. And so there were a series of experiments that began to focus attention on electrons and where electrons would be. And when they began to observe electrons and the nature of electrons and how they behaved, they noticed that wherever they observed or looked for an electron appeared. So the electron went from a wave of probability to all of a sudden collapsing into a very definite particle. And now this whole idea of Cartesian dualism, what Descartes said back in the 17th century, started to get fuzzy again. Because now the subjective person and subjective mind was beginning to have a direct effect on the very objective. And so now the separation between mind and reality and mind and objective began to merge again. And independent of who was doing the observation, whether they had an academic degree or they didn't have an academic degree, that their actual observation had an effect on the quantum field. And so quantum physics was born as a result of this. And now, that means now that all of us, every single person, independent of their creed, or their culture, or their gender, or their age, or their race, that every single person, when they're asked to observe something, has an effect on the very tiny, that we're all participants in the nature of reality. Now, science may say, well, quantum physics and the observer observing reality and having an effect on reality only works for the very tiny. In other words, only the very tiny responds to our observation. And so maybe then the way in which reality works is that if our observation makes a difference in the way small subatomic particles function, maybe we can direct the nature of reality based on our own observation. Now, most quantum physicists will say no. Our observation only works for the very tiny and not the very large. And my answer is, maybe we're just poor observers. Maybe observation is a skill just like anything else, and we can develop this idea called observation. Now, there's a part of the brain that we use to pay attention. There's a part of the brain that we use to observe, and it's called the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the crowning achievement of the human being. It is the latest on the scene in our human development. What separates us from every other species on the planet is not the fact that we stand on 2 feet, or the fact that we have opposing thumbs, or the fact that our eyes point straight ahead, or that we have bigger brains, because elephants actually have bigger brains than us. It's not the fact that we have little body hair. What separates us from every other species on the planet is the size of the frontal lobe in reference to the rest of the brain. Now, in human beings, the frontal lobe is almost 40% of the entire brain. Our next closest ancestor, great apes and chimpanzees, the frontal lobe is about 17% to 15%. In dogs, it's about 7%, and for you cat lovers, it's about 3.5%. So what separates us and makes us great is our frontal lobe in reference to the rest of the brain. Now, the frontal lobe is the executive. It decides on action. It regulates behavior. It's the part of the brain that we use when we're planning, we're speculating, when we're inventing, when we're looking at possibilities. The frontal lobe, if we were to use one word to describe the frontal lobe, we would use the word intent or purpose. When people's intention matches their behavior, or when their behavior matches their intention, or when their thoughts are aligned with their action, is the moment the frontal lobe is at its greatest moment. Now, in the recent journals, in November of 2004, a group of scientists from the University of Wisconsin began to see if observation and paying attention was a skill like anything else. And what they did is they designed this experiment where they took a group of Buddhist monks who have been meditating and focusing on concepts like compassion and love and divinity for extended periods of time. And most of the monks that they studied had over 10,000 to about 50,000 hours of focused meditation. So these guys knew how to pay attention. And they took another control group of people who never really went inward and focused their mind on anything. And they said to the monks, would you train these guys over a course of a week and see if we can get these people to learn how to develop a skill called meditation? And so they hooked the monks' brains up to 256 electrodes over their entire brain, and they were going to measure what type of activity took place when these monks paid attention. And of course, they were going to do the same thing with the control group. Now, these 8 particular monks, when they got hooked up to these particular scans, the moment that they began to focus on a concept like compassion, the moment they began to focus on an idea and went inward, their frontal lobes lit up like nothing that the scientists ever seen before. The amount of activity that was taking place in the frontal lobe was enormous. And when they compared that to the control group, the people who were just learning how to focus their mind and pay attention, their ability to hold that focused thought produced very little effects in the frontal lobe. Now, the scientists knew that a particular area in the frontal lobe, on the left side of the frontal lobe, is a place where we experience joy and happiness. And in one particular monk, his brain scan activity was so enlarged in the frontal lobe that the scientists said he must be the happiest man on the planet because his activity was that great. Now, when the scientists began to speculate and look at the effects of this experiment, they began to realize that maybe observation and paying attention is a skill. Maybe it's a skill just like tennis or golf, that we can develop the skill of paying attention, and by developing the skill, we could get better at it. And the effects and the results are that our brain actually changes. So observation then is a skill just like anything else. And if we can develop the skill of observation, maybe just not only the small subatomic particles will respond to our world, but maybe even larger subatomic particles or larger objects will respond based on our ability to observe. Now, back in the 1930s in the United States, there was an experiment done on a group of chimpanzees that were aggressive, and they had an antisocial personality traits. And the scientists said, well, let's see, by doing an experiment on their frontal lobe and doing an operation on their frontal lobe, if it changed the way these chimpanzees behaved. And so they took an instrument that looked like an ice pick, and they tapped it into the frontal lobes of these chimpanzees, and they swirled it around. It was called the ice pick experiment. And after the experiment, the monkeys became very docile and very controllable, and they no longer were aggressive with other chimpanzees. Now, during this time in the United States, in the late 1930s, there were several mental institutions that were overcrowded with people with the exact same condition, antisocial personality disorders, aggressive traits. And because the Depression was going on in the 1930s, it took an enormous amount of money to medicate these people to keep them under control. So the scientists in a particular university in the Midwest said, why don't we try this experiment out on some of these people in these mental institutions? We can save on a lot of money on the medications that we're administering. So what they did is they took these people and they brought them into an operating room while they were asleep, and they anesthetized them with sodium pentothal. And while they were anesthetized, they took a scalpel and they slid it under their eyelid and punctured the softest part of the skull, which is right behind the orbit of the eye. And when they punctured the skull in that particular area, they took a scalpel and they ran it back and forth, and it was called the windshield wiper experiment. And of course, as we know, that's called a lobotomy. And when they pulled the scalpel out, they sewed them up and they brought the people back to the room. And these people all of a sudden began to behave differently. Now, they noticed some very interesting things about these people that were the effects of the lobotomy. The first thing that they noticed is that all of these people became lazy and lethargic. The next thing they noticed is that they became uninspired. They lost their initiative to do things. They also noticed that they had a tremendous desire for sameness. In other words, they love to listen to the same radio station. They love to eat the same food. They love to wear the same clothes. And if you disrupted their routine in any way, they would emotionally fall apart. So they had a tremendous desire for sameness. They also noticed that these people couldn't focus on single-minded tasks. In other words, they would start something and become distracted and start something else. And then they would become distracted and start something else. They never completed a cycle of action. They also noticed that they failed to gain meaning out of situations. They couldn't learn anything new. They couldn't modify their behavior. Learning is modifying our behavior. So they got so stuck in the routine of doing something over and over again, repetitively, that they never modified their behavior in any condition. And the last thing they noticed was that they couldn't project into the future. They couldn't plan into the future. They couldn't project ideas into the future. For example, if they were bending over and tying their shoelace and the shoelace broke, instead of getting a new shoelace, they would continually try to tie the same shoelace even though it was broken. So if we think about this now, frontal lobe damage produces certain effects in people. People become lazy and lethargic, uninspired. They have a loss of initiative. They have a desire for sameness. They don't do anything new. They can't project into the future. They don't learn anything new. And they get distracted easily. Now that's starting to begin to sound like the majority of people in our culture. And the reason being is because we haven't mastered the ability to use the frontal lobe properly. So maybe we haven't mastered the skill of observation. Maybe observation is a skill in itself. And maybe most people are so distracted by their external world that they don't use the frontal lobe properly. If we think about it, everything in our environment is constantly feeding the brain information. Our senses are what allow us to interpret reality. Our senses are what allow us to respond to information from our external world. Now, as long as we believe that the external world is more real than the internal world, we'll always be using the same circuits in our brain to process that information. The moment we begin to accept that the internal world has an effect on the external world, we have to begin to use the frontal lobe. Now, we know scientifically, it's true, absolutely true, that the brain is shaped and molded from our environment. We know that specifically. But what science is beginning to learn as well is that our brain is shaped and molded by our ability to pay attention. And that when we have the ability to pay attention, and we have the ability to learn knowledge and wire that knowledge in our brain, we begin to make new circuits. And when we're able to make new circuits, we begin to perceive reality differently based on the way our brain is wired. Now, here's an example. Let's suppose that I took a picture of a painting, say from Monet, and I put a picture of Monet on a screen up here. And I said, take a look at this painting from Monet and just enjoy the picture. Most people would look at the painting for a few minutes, recognize certain objects in the painting, and be done with it. Now, if I took that painting down and I said to you, I want to tell you some things about Monet. Did you know that Monet spent 44 years of his life making an attempt to be able to see how things are unified in the world? He was specifically interested in the way light works. He loved the light first thing in the morning, and he loved light at the sunset and at dusk. And that he thought that most people never stopped to pay attention the way light affected flowers and the way they affected colors in the environment. So he went out of his way to paint with pastels and paint with colors, to brighten things based on the light at that particular time in the day. And he said things like, the bridge and the wisteria are never really separate. They're one and the same, and I can only paint them that way. And as he got older, he developed cataracts, and his cataracts became very thick. And so when he perceived light, the light that he was perceiving diffused into his eye, and he was actually beginning to paint exactly what he saw. Now, if I gave you that information, and I put the picture back up, and you looked at this Monet again, more than likely you would perceive it differently based on your ability to pay attention to details. And actually what we did in that moment is we gave you knowledge and information that your brain filtered out of the equation and you were only looking at the picture based on the way your brain was wired, based on what you knew. The moment we give the brain new information and the brain can pay attention through the frontal lobe to that information, we begin to see things that already existed, but we've filtered out of the equation. Another example, a wine connoisseur. If a wine connoisseur swirls wine and he tastes wine, he has the circuitry in his brain or her brain to be able to notice the subtleties. He could taste the tannins and the acids. He could smell the bouquet and the aromas. It could be further assembled into more specific things about oaks and specific types of grapes. And because his brain has been educated and because he's made the circuits, because he's paid attention to notice the difference in the reality called tasting wine, he's able to pick up the subtleties. Now, the person who isn't wired for that particular experience and doesn't have the connections in their brain to know what to look for, that wine will taste just like everybody else's wine. And that's how reality works. We perceive reality based on how the brain is wired. Now, scientists have done some experiments to see if this is actually true. What they came to realize is that it is. They took a group of people and they asked them if they wanted to participate in an experiment where they were going to wear a set of glasses for 2 weeks. Now, these glasses weren't just ordinary glasses. The glasses were divided in half, and when they looked to the left, they saw blue, and when they looked to the right, they saw yellow. So the lenses of the glasses were divided so that blue was on one side and yellow was on the other. And they said to these people, we want you to wear these lenses with everything that you do during your day. We want you to wear them when you take your kids to school. We want you to wear them when you go to work. We want you to wear them when you're doing all your normal activities. And we want you to wear them for 2 weeks. And so all different people wore these glasses for a period of time, and at the end of the experiment, they invited the participants back into the laboratory. And when they brought the participants into the laboratory, they said to them, now what we want you to do is look at this piece of paper. And it was a white sheet of paper, and they said, what color do you see when you look at this paper? Now, every single person that participated in the experiment said, that's a white piece of paper. And they said, well, look to the left. Do you see a blue piece of paper when you look at that paper? And they said, nope. And they said, when you look to the right, do you see a yellow piece of paper? And they said, no. So the scientists had to back up because they realized then that these people were filling in reality based on their memory. They were overlaying the way things appeared based on the circuits that they already had wired, and the more they participated in the world, the faster the color disappeared for them. And essentially, that's what we do in reality. Our brain is wired a certain way. We're given a certain amount of circuits in our life, and then we add to those circuits by the way we make the connections based on the knowledge we gain. And if we don't learn any new knowledge, we keep using the same circuits, which allows reality to appear the exact same way. If we're given knowledge and information, and that knowledge and that information is unconventional, if it's outside the box of what's accepted scientifically, socially, politically, if it's outside the box of what's even religiously accepted, maybe we'll begin to perceive reality differently based on that knowledge that we've received. Now, in studying these spontaneous remissions with people that healed themselves of various conditions, it was interesting to note that independent of their culture, or independent of their creed, or independent of their educational status, or their religion, independent of their gender, they basically said, I'm going to observe a different outcome. And I'm going to hold on to this observation, independent of the feedback from my body, independent of the feedback from my environment, and independent of time. Now, the frontal lobe, the crowning achievement of the human being, allows us to do that. You see, the frontal lobe gives us permission to make thought more real than anything else. The frontal lobe gives us permission to hold on to a concept, to hold on to an idea, to hold on to a vision or a dream, independent of the circumstances that exist in our world, independent of the circumstances that exist in our body, independent of the circumstances that exist in reference to time. And those are the things and the traits that we secretly admire in all great people in antiquity, whether it was Martin Luther King or William Wallace, someone who had a vision, someone who had an idea. A hero said, I believe in these morals and I believe in these ethics. And even though my environment isn't aligned with my thinking is more important than my environment. And the frontal lobe in the human being allows us the privilege, it gives us the privilege to make thought more real than anything else. Now, most species in nature, the way in which they change is that they're subjected to some harsh environmental stimuli. They're subjected to something in the environment. And then they have to adapt, or they have to accommodate, or if they have to acclimate to some type of environmental stimulus, whether it's cold, or whether it's heat, or whether it's any particular thing. And what happens is that the species is introduced into this particular environment, and then over a series of generations, as the same species is introduced to the same harsh environment, over a period of time, over several generations, that species will modify its behavior and change its genetics. That's called evolution. But human beings don't have to do that. Because of the size of the frontal lobe and because of our ability to speculate possibilities and ask about potentials and think about the what-ifs, we can invent new ideas and new ways of being. And it gives us the privilege then to modify our behavior in the same lifetime. It gives us the privilege to modify our actions in a week. We can modify how we behave in a day, and we can change in a moment. The only object that we need to master is this skill called observation. When we begin to use the brain properly, when we begin to pay attention to a concept or to an idea, this amazing thing happens in the brain. The frontal lobe lowers the volume to the external stimuli. It lowers the volume to the body and the feedback loop from the body to the brain. It lowers the volume to the feedback from the environment. You don't know if it's cold or warm. You don't know if it's dark or light. Your brain becomes the magnifier of thought, and it lowers the volume to time. In other words, as we hold a concept in the frontal lobe, we will lose track of time and space. Now, science is beginning to understand that the way in which we make circuits in the brain, the way in which we begin to make connections in the brain, aside from allowing the environment to mold and shape our brain, that we can begin and mold and shape our brain by paying attention. And if we can hold on to an idea, we begin to wire those connections in our brain. By wiring those connections in our brain, we begin to leave footprints of those concepts neurologically in the tissues. And those footprints then can act as the foundation in the way in which we can act and behave. So the frontal lobe then, the crowning achievement of the human being, allows thought to be more real than anything else. And when we begin to assemble ideas, and we begin to assemble concepts, and we put all of our attention on that concept, the frontal lobe will lower the volume to all the extraneous stimuli. And the only thing that will become real is thought itself. When that happens, there's a physical change in the brain. The brain then takes that holographic image that we're holding in the frontal lobe and creates a pattern of connections that associate with that concept or that idea. So when we learn new things, when we're learning new things, we make connections in our brain. We make new connections in our brain. When we memorize those things, or when we remember those things, we sustain those connections, or we maintain those connections. Memory is maintaining those connections. Learning is forming those connections. So we can learn from the environment. We can learn from our sensual experiences. But then we can only be as great as how our environment is dictating our experience. But if we learn knowledge and we learn information that's unconventional, quantum physics, that the observer participates in the nature of reality and that our thoughts actually matter, from the subatomic particles all the way to the very large, and that maybe our observation, our ability to pay attention, will begin to format new connections in our brain that will allow us to perceive things exactly the way they are. And that may be because our brain processes billions of bits of information every second. But we're only aware of those bits of information that have to do with the body, the environment, and time. That we can begin to make new connections and learn new knowledge. We'll begin to see what has always existed, but we've filtered out of the equation, just like those people that did the experiment with the lenses. Now, I want to talk about how the brain learns and how those connections are formulated. We know from a scientific standpoint that neurons, nerve cells that exist in the brain, when they connect, they exchange information. And as they connect and they exchange information, that connecting point is a learned understanding related to a concept. As I said, when we remember something, we activate those connections again and bring them to life. Now, we have enormous amounts of connections in our brain, infinite connections, just about trillions and trillions of connections. And every place where those neurons connect and exchange information, it's mapped as a pattern or a sequence that reflects some idea, something that we've learned, a trait, a behavior, a skill, a tendency, a feeling even. And all these connections are the sum total of who we are as an individual. So everybody's different because they have had different experiences in their life, they've learned different knowledge, and they have a certain amount of genetic connections that they're given. And that's basically the foundation of where we start from as individuals. Now, most people at a certain point in their life rely on those developed circuits and never learn anything new. They allow feeling to become the means of thinking. They stop learning and they start feeling. And when we get to the point where learning is stopped and feeling is initiated, that's when we're living out our genetic propensities. That's when we're living out the predetermined genetic future that exists for us as individuals. When we learn new knowledge, the brain begins to reformat itself. It begins to fire in new sequences and new patterns and in new connections. And if we can maintain those connections for an extended period of time, we can modify and change our behavior. And those people who had spontaneous remissions, what they did was they gained knowledge and they began to apply that knowledge by asking what ifs. And they understood if they could connect with that intelligence that was keeping their heart beating and digesting their food, if they could whisper in the ear of the giant that was running their physical body, that knew how to make cells, that knew how to organize DNA, if they could have their will match its will, if they could have their mind match its mind, if they could have their love of life match its love of life, because it was what was continuously giving them life, if they reasoned that by changing their thoughts, would it send a new signal to their cells? And by patterning new connections in their brain, would it ultimately produce a new physiological effect in their body? So the reinvention process meant to reorganize those circuits to a greater ideal of themselves. Now, we have a couple different types of learning that we have in the brain. We have learning divided in two different areas. When we learn something and we memorize it, one particular area is called what's called explicit learning. Now, explicit learning, another name for it, is called declarative learning or declarative memory. Declarative memories are things that we can declare. One of the aspects of declarative memory is knowledge, information, philosophy. For example, if you learn new information, new knowledge, intellectual data, philosophy, every time we do that, the brain makes a particular type of circuits. The second type of declarative memory is called experience. Experience, then, are things that we can declare. We can declare that I'm a man. I can declare that I know where I was on 9/11. I can declare that I like apples because I've had those experiences. So the memory systems in the brain that have to do with declarative memories have a very specific sequence in which the brain formats that information. It's formatted in the thinking brain. It's formatted in the part of the brain where conscious awareness exists. And that particular sequence of knowledge and experience allows the brain to function in reality. We can function in the external environment because we use declarative memory consciously to make decisions. We use declarative memory consciously to project the future. We're using declarative memory to function in our world, to make decisions every single day. And that type of memory system is intact so that we can function in our world. Now, the second type of memory system is called implicit memories. Now, implicit memory systems are very powerful systems because implicit memories are things that we can't declare. It's called non-declarative memory. That non-declarative memory are things like skills and habits and conditionings and traits and propensities and even behaviors. That those traits and behaviors have been practiced and executed so many times that we no longer have to think about it anymore. They're called procedural memories. And we have hundreds of procedural memories that's formatted in our brain. Now, those procedural memories are things like driving a stick shift in our car. When we drive a stick shift in our car, we've practiced it so many times that we don't even have to think about it anymore. It's wired neurologically as a complete circuit. When we brush our teeth, when we put on makeup, when we type, when we walk, those are all procedural or non-declarative memories. And the brain processes that information differently because it goes beyond our conscious thoughts. It goes beyond our conscious memories. It's wired to us so that we don't even have to declare it. For example, when you can't remember a phone number consciously in your explicit system, you could grab the phone and look at the numbers, and your hands will begin to move, and you'll remember the numbers. That's called an implicit memory because your body's practiced it so much, it remembers it as well as your brain. Now, implicit memories are the point in which we hardwire behavior. Implicit memories are when we are actually it. Implicit memories are when we've completely made a change. So if we think about it, if we make connections in the brain by learning knowledge is beginning to make new circuits. That's philosophy. The brain is changed as a result of it. But there isn't much change in terms of sending signals to the body, new information to the body. It's intellectual information. When we have a new experience, when we personalize that knowledge, when we take knowledge and we personalize it or apply it, we can set up a new experience. And that new experience then allows us to format and change our behavior. So knowledge then, applied, creates a new experience. That experience then creates a certain amount of circuits in the brain that further advances the knowledge that we learn. And we can declare that we've had a new experience. So knowledge is thinking. It is our thinking brain. When we learn new knowledge, we learn that knowledge to think from. Experience requires applying that knowledge, and we call that doing. That's the doing aspect of how the brain learns. So we could have an experience based on knowledge that we've learned. We can apply that knowledge and have a new experience, but that isn't enough. Because when we have a new experience, the idea then is to be able to repeat that experience. And when we can repeat that experience over and over again, we begin to wire to that implicit memory system, and that new way of remembering something is called being it. We're actually being it now. So, learning new knowledge is the thinking part of our brain. Applying that knowledge and applying what we've learned, applying our thought to have a new experience, modifying our behavior to have a new experience is called the doing it. And then when we continuously are able to repeat that experience over and over again, and repeat it over and over again, we begin to wire the brain to that implicit system called being it. Now, when we're being something, we don't have to think about it anymore. It's wired permanently. That process is natural. It's second nature. It's easy. And those people who had spontaneous remissions, as they began to gain new knowledge and apply that knowledge to set up some new experiences for themselves, they didn't stop there. They went further until that system was hardwired in their body, till they actually were able to become it. You see, once we can become something, now it's wired permanently so that we no longer have to think about it. And the idea then is if there's automatic systems in our brain, automatic programs in our brain that define thinking and feeling our entire life, thinking as a victim, thinking as an insecure person. And if we think those insecure thoughts, it makes the chemicals that make us feel insecure. See, then once we feel insecure, then the brain starts to think the way it's feeling. So those people who had spontaneous remissions from diseases, those people who healed themselves of different conditions, they made some pretty physical changes in their brain. The changes that they made weren't just about intellectually embracing this information. It wasn't just about having an experience once. They wanted to actually become somebody else. And when they reinvented themselves, when they said, I believe there's an intelligence that exists within me that gives life to every single individual, whether they're happy or sad, whether they're wealthy or poor, whether they're holy or unholy, that some intelligence gives life to every human being. If I could tap into that intelligence and become somebody else, it'll give life to who this new person emerges as. And that if my thoughts matter, I'm going to have to really construct some permanent neurological connections in my brain to become this new platform of being. And that I have to abandon and surrender that old way of thinking and feeling that was really tied to my environment, really tied to the way in which I thought about my world based on my old self. And maybe those old feelings and those old connections were really tied to old experiences. And maybe by reinventing myself, there'll be a period where I have no feeling. Maybe those old emotions and those old feelings were tied to some old experience that were actually the cause of the condition in the first place. And by abandoning those old thoughts and those old feelings, just abandoning those and replacing it with a new idea of self, that a new signal was running to the body and the person was actually free. And then all they had to do was separate themselves from people and things and the distraction of the environment and time and episodes and events, and let thought become more real than anything else. In the process of rehearsing, in the process of thinking about who they wanted to become, in the process of thinking about it over and over again, they began to make those circuits more permanent. They began to create a new individual. They began to emerge as a new being. And as a result of it, that process where they developed the skill of paying attention, they developed the ability to move their mind away from their body. They developed the ability to move their mind away from the environment. And they even moved their mind away from the reference of time. And the moment they did that, maybe the door to the quantum field opened. Maybe now they were stepping into a new level of mind. And when that happens, when we can make thought more real than anything else, the brain begins to format those patterns and connections that are equal to who we are and who we're becoming. So these people who had spontaneous remissions, maybe it wasn't a miracle at all. Maybe they just became somebody else. And maybe they believed that this intelligence would stand behind them and give life to whoever they were being. And maybe this intelligence was smarter than them and brighter than them and had more will than them to step in and reorganize their body for them. And that all they had to do was to become somebody different. And when they became somebody different, this intelligence gave life to them, and their life changed, their health changed, and their future changed. And maybe these people who had spontaneous remissions gave up the feelings and the emotions that were tied to the past, and in the process of becoming somebody new, in the process of that reinvention process where they made new circuits to operate from, they abandoned their past and their association to their past, and all of the feelings and the emotions that went along with it. And maybe the chemicals that were feeding the body based on those thoughts were no longer made. And because they were no longer made, the signal that was being sent to the body was a new signal. And that new signal that was sent to the body had nothing to do with their association to those past attitudes, those past thoughts, and those past feelings. But now the person had an idea of their future. They had an idea of something to look forward to. And now, as they began to make those changes, they no longer sent the same signal to the body, but they sent a new signal to the body based on how they were now being. So, if we think about this then, the whole idea of this separation between mind and matter, the separation between the objective and the subjective, may actually begin to merge when we apply these principles together. Maybe quantum physics gives us permission to say that my observation matters. And maybe the frontal lobe, the crowning achievement of the human being, allows us to modify our behavior in one lifetime and to grow new circuits and new connections as a new place of being. And that this merging now that takes place between mind and matter basically says this: my thought matters. And because my thought matters, it should have a direct effect on the closest thing that exists to me, which is my physical body. And if we can begin to merge these ideas, we've come a complete circle back to understanding that there is no separation, that mind actually gives life to matter, and that it is our mind as individuals that can merge with a greater mind. And as we merge with this greater mind, we're now enacting the skill of observation. We move our attention away from our body. We move our attention away from the environment, and we forget about time. And when we do that now, pure mind has a direct effect on the physical body, and it has a direct effect on the nature of reality, and it has a direct effect on matter. And when we begin to execute these ideas, and we begin to apply them to our life, we get to be the scientist in measuring our own observation. And maybe that's the beginning understanding of what it is to have an immortal brain.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Melissa Hank and Ashton Robertson for coming in and being in Michigan and being, coming to Cumberland, Maryland as well. They actually live in Michigan. They don't go to Michigan. They live there. But they are here in Maryland, Cumberland, Maryland. Last night they got here just in time for Cloud's sound healing set, which was quite amazing. So I just wanted to thank them for coming out and being here in Cumberland. We have a few more things happening in this show. We'll have some sound healing music by Papadosio and Rasamayi. And then after that will be a guided meditation by myself for inspiration and motivation. So thank you all so much. You're so beautiful, and I'm so grateful that you are tuned in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. Thank you, Beth and Nick Bryce, for tuning in. You guys are the best, and I love the fact that you guys come and listen and talk with us, and I appreciate that so much. I just want you guys to know that. So we're going to get into the sound healing music, then a guided meditation, and that will be the rest of the show. So thank you all for tuning in so much. This one is called Master Teacher by Papadosio and Rasamayi. And now enjoy this guided meditation. Hello. This is a meditation for inspiration and motivation. So, if you are seeking that feeling of complete inspiration to propel you to doing the things you love, then this meditation is for you. So before we begin the meditation, I would like to ask you to find a comfortable position. If you feel more comfortable lying down, then you should lie down. Once you get into that comfortable position, begin to become aware of your breathing. And ask yourself, is it shallow? Is it deep? Is it in the middle? And begin to slowly deepen your breaths, each breath getting deeper. Breathing in deeply helps to bring in oxygen and blood flow to your body. It helps with circulation, relaxation, and it is a stress reliever. So as you're beginning to slowly deepen your breathing, once you get in a good rhythm of what feels comfortable for you, begin to focus on your body, feeling any areas of soreness, feeling any areas of tension. And if there are any of those areas, focus on those areas. And deepen the breath into those areas. This will send a signal to your heart. For more blood to flow to those areas. Allow those areas to become cleansed and cleared. Removing anything that may have been lingering in those areas. Maybe it's connected with a thought, or a feeling, or an experience. And as you breathe in deeply into these areas, you remove that. You let it go. And just let it go to the infinite creator. Let it go. You don't need to hold on to that anymore. And as you slowly do this, your mind is going to become more and more clear, getting you very focused. In order for this meditation to have its full effect, your focus can power it, along with your faith. So now, as your thoughts begin to slow down and fade away, a blackness comes over. And just as quickly, it begins to fade. And you see a light. And now you begin to see yourself standing on the top of a mountain. On the top of this mountain is snowy. And you're wearing big, warm winter coats, snow pants, and gloves. You find yourself breathing in deeply, as if you have just climbed this mountain and you're just now looking out into the distance. All around you, you see smaller mountains rolling over each other. Farther down, you can see the green of the trees. You see eagles flying below you. The sun has just opened up behind clouds, and now the light is staring back at you. You feel warm, you feel exhilarated, as if you have just done something epic, as if you have just done the most exciting, the most fulfilling moment of your entire life. As if you have just climbed the tallest mountain in the world. You are literally on top of the world now. Just with this feeling, it can propel you to finding that passion, finding that drive, finding that inspiration. And just remember that we are all very powerful. We are all capable of achieving our highest dreams. We are all capable of creating the most exciting, fulfilling life. Whatever you dream, if you dream about becoming, if it is your dream to become president, seek that goal to the very end. Do not give up. If you seek to be a NASCAR driver or an artist, painting the most beautiful art in the world, if you're looking to make a positive impact in the world, just continue to dream it, continue to feel it, continue to act upon your dream. Do not give up your dream. Do not give up your dream. It is why you are here on earth. You can spread that. You can do it. You can do it. Now we're going to practice some affirmations. And as I speak these, you can say them with your mind, you can say them out loud, as long as you feel it. Feel the words as if they were coming from you. I am capable of fulfilling my highest dream. I am capable of fulfilling my highest dream. I have the motivation. I have the inspiration. It is all around me. All I need to do is look. I am inspiration. I am motivation. 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 Say this with me. I am inspiration. I am motivation. One more time. I am inspiration. I am motivation. Now I'm going to send you some energy of inspiration. All you need to do is be open to it, accept it. Take this inspiration that I am sending you, that I am gifting you, that I am paying forward with. Take it, use it. Create your dream, create your dream. I would love to see you create your dream. Whenever you're ready, you may begin to wiggle your fingers and your toes. Come back to this reality. Come back to your physical body. Stretch your arms and your legs. Just begin to become aware of your breathing again. Just feeling your lungs fill with air. Feeling what that feels like. Welcome back to reality. And I hope you have a wonderful and amazing, fulfilled career, dream, whatever you are seeking. I pray that it will come to you. And you will benefit greatly from it. I believe in you. I believe in all of you. And so does God. Wake up. Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.